All right, hello, hello. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? What? No, are you serious? Are you serious right now? Are you kidding me? Oh. Why? Oh, there, wait, there, yes? Hello? Are we just really slow today? Why are we so slow? How are we so slow? Okay, we're getting, fine. You know what? Fine. Why are you so slow on this channel? I don't know why. Yes, okay, good. The alerts work? The alerts work at least? Oh my gosh. All right, are we good? Okay, you know what? We'll take it. Hello, welcome in. How's everybody doing? Did we somewhat get it working? All right. Did we, is it somewhat? Baby. Hello. Welcome in, Siamzero. Welcome in, Babylon. Hello, Raoul. Hello, MG. Hello, Dao. Hello, Kisukai. Hello, Screaming Idiot. Hello, Arcanite. Hello, THLPH. Hello, Lockdie. Welcome in, guys. I hope everybody is doing well. Merchant Crooster doesn't work. I didn't add those. I didn't think I had a reason to add them. Especially, I didn't think Crooster was necessary on this channel. The Ko-fi link's broken. Of course it is. Why? The Ko-fi link's not broken? Oh, it is kind of. Why is it somewhat? Is it? I can't tell anymore. Is it just not working? The link. Why doesn't the link? Why wouldn't the link work? Oh, because it's not a dot. That's a slash. I hate everything. Okay. Let me see. Hating everything. Just another day. Alright, let me see here. I can fix that very quickly. Hang on. It takes you to www.co. Incredible! I can fix that one. I think. Hang on. I know I can fix that one. I can see the problem with it at least. Alright. This one needs to be .com, not /com. Alright, try it now. New ARG game, oh my gosh. That should work, right? Yeah, that's a full link. That looks like a full link. Doing an ARG would be interesting someday. There we go. But that is a full link. There we go. An ARG would be an interesting concept, wouldn't it? But hello. Welcome in. Chat is at least working enough. Chat is at least working enough. It could be larger, but you know what? We'll take what we can get. Chat's working, commands are working. The only thing that's not working is alerts. I am still trying to get alerts to work. Now let's test your theory, your game theory. I don't know, I've fixed as much as I can, really. I've fixed as much as I can. But anyway, so as you have presumed, today we are going to be working on a, another Stargazer design. This one is Siamzero's. I'm looking forward to this one because there is a lot considered, and I think it's really nice. Alright. Let's see here. I'm presuming yes. I don't know what happened to your pumpkin. We got your pumpkin made, and then the pumpkin disappeared, so now I'm not really sure what to expect. But anyway, I like this concept. Let's jump into our main idea here. Hang on one sec. Well, these things, why did you eat it? Why, I have to ask, why did you eat your pumpkin? Alrighty. There we go. So we have a mood board. You're now headless? No, it's just your mask, but like, why did you do that? Okay. We need pen for writing. Hello, Vessa, welcome in. Karate Gazer. Okay. We need a ringtail. We've got the gemstone, floppy ears. Alright. And then we've kind of got a... Hang on, let me sec. I have the text up here, so I'm looking at the text as well as just trying to find calm demeanor in a controlled environment. Okay. Doesn't want to be center of attention. Okay, noted. So I'm trying to think of a good initial... No, it's fine. For now, let's just get the idea down, right? Rough idea. We'll get the rough idea down, and then we'll do something fancier later. So we just want to get general concept. We've got... Ah! Stupid giant brush. We have floppy ears. Censor it? Why are you embarrassed? Why are you embarrassed? There's no reason to be embarrassed here. I mean, I can hide it if you really want to. I'm fine with that. But I mean, it's like, it's the same as THLPHs. There's no reason to be embarrassed over a mood board. It's all good. I can actually censor it if you want. It's just, it's up to you. No need to be embarrassed, though. It's alright, you can survive. Alright, let's see here. We'll do... I like the ringtail idea. I think that's really fun. Looking very intensely. You need to go and grow yourself a new pumpkin, sir. I like a ringtail design. I think it's nice. We're gonna separate a little bit of where there'd be color distinction, just so that we know where to go. And let's see. So we've got floppy ears and we've got tassels. That's an interesting combo that we haven't seen yet. We've got large tassels that are somewhat leaf-shaped. And then we've got floppy ears over those. If I'm interpreting this correctly, at least. I'm not sure if I am, so we might just have to double check as well. And then they're kind of leaf-like, but they're tufted with the fur. And if you're doing a mood board and you find for any reason that there's a look that isn't quite meeting your vision, do let me know, especially when I'm doing the rough form of it, okay? Because that is the easiest time to make any adjustments that you might want. I know sometimes when you're doing a mood board, something can look differently in your head than how it is represented, so just let me know if there is anything that needs to be adjusted over time. The Ko-fi alerts still aren't working on here? What? Shoot. Why would that be? Why does nothing on this channel ever work? Why is it not even here? What? How can it not even be on here? It's literally a copy. What? They worked on Saturday, so I'm perplexed. I'm perplexed too. I literally copied this over. All right, I'm gonna make a note to myself to check that. Let me... Actually, wait, let me do it in the Discord so that I actually, can pay attention to it. Give me a sec. Let me put this in... All right. Vessa, don't worry about where I'm putting this. I just need it to be somewhere that I check frequently. All right. That is definitely confusing. I don't understand. You said alerts are deactivated, so I guess it's fine. If somebody sends something, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry if it didn't appear. I'm going to try to make sure that that works for next time. It does work on the main channel, so I don't understand why the side channel has so many problems. Oh. Experiencing technical difficulty is so normal Monday. I'm sorry. Must give Siamzero an apology / refund in the form of a Yoshi impersonation. What? Why of all the... Why is that your choice? Yoshi refund? Oh my gosh. Okay, fine. Alright. Let me see if I can do this right. It's very hard for me to tell how it goes. Does that work? Does that work? The command worked. A little rusty, but good. How do I know? How am I supposed to? A little bit rusty. A little rusty, he says. Oh. Honestly, much better. Oh my gosh. Need more to practice. Wait, am I actually rusty or are you just saying I'm rusty? It's very hard for me to know, but there you go. Need to spam Yoshi from now on? It's not a command! It's not a command, dang it. Oh my gosh. Alright. I like these little, like, peeking out tufts. I'm gonna make the ears flop a little bit more. We haven't had a Lop Bunny Stargazer design, which I think is really interesting. I kind of had it, so, like, the difference between the tassels could sort of indicate a lop effect, but I like this double lop. Lost states you send a Kofi and it doesn't go through, you get a Yoshi sound for free. What? Oh my gosh. You must disappear so you don't crash your car. Please do not crash your car. That would not be a good thing. Please do not crash car. Alright, let me make sure that this leaf shape is accurate. It's like, it's a little bit wider, so about there. And then about here for the lop ears. And then, let's see here. We've got an aqua, wait. Make sure I have this right. Aquamarine, okay. Aquamarine, heavier side down. Makes sense. And it's also faceted. So we'll keep that in mind. Remember, streams are train wrecks, not your ride. Oh my god. You guys are so crazy. All right, let's see. Rhombic leaf shape? Still furry. More... Okay, I haven't done the color yet. Let me just make sure. Armband. Armband with a netski. Okay. For the armband, do we have a preference for the right or the left side? I'd like to... I know that seems silly, but I think it's good to specify if there is a preference for right or left for the armband. Let me just sort of refine a little bit of the legs here. Left side? Alright. So I understand, okay, if it's armband, it needs to be a little bit higher. And then it's probably gonna be tied here. And there's gonna be a charm hanging off of it. Does it matter if there's a preference if you don't know the difference? Shush! And there's a little good luck elephant charm on here. It's probably like a little bit of a... Where do we have it hanging? Probably on like a little strap here. Something like this? Be something like this, right? Why is chat so slow? Shush! I don't know why chat's so slow. I don't know why chat is so slow on this channel, where it's like plenty on the other channel. Plenty fine on the other channel. When learning Live 2D, Star got it mixed around for a bit. In Live 2D, it uses stage right and left. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Regarding the primary color, you can take Grace Bear's hair as color inspiration. It's a lighter chocolate crimson, I think. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually is pretty accurate, isn't it? Let me try grabbing that real quick. If I can. All right. Yeah, that would work as a good color. Grab that real fast. Seriously, stop. Stop being annoying. Stop being annoying. Please. Stop being annoying. I just want a PNG. Alright. Wow, that actually is really close. That is actually really, really close. Look how close that is. That's really close. Oh, you already... Sorry. Oh, alright. Sorry. You should retract your wings and put Prism next to you? Why do you say that? But that is really close. Would you find it closer in the lighter side or the darker side? And I'll make it a little bit larger if you need to see it better. If I was probably using maybe like the mid-tone here, like this. It's kind of like a wine almost. She doesn't block the alert? Was there even an alert? I don't have any alerts on. The alerts died. All right. Let me just continue on this track really quickly. We have the armband, okay. The eyes are slit. I'm not gonna read the extra note here, but I think it's funny regarding the do not part with the eyes. Alright, make that a little bit further away, just so we can see it. What? Kaku sent you $20,000 on Ko-fi with the message skip you. The heck? That's Oh. Hello, Daho. Welcome in, welcome in. Midtone looks good. I also like her darker hair parts. Okay, so let's use that as like... I'm going to keep that in mind because I wanted to have like a base to work off of, and I'm still reading through the colors, but I have an idea that might be nice where we can kind of combine this a little bit so that we do play around with this color scheme. Because the flower as well, right? The flower goes from a brighter red to a darker red, and I think that would be good to play with. She never reads my brain rot out loud? No, because people clip things. People just clip things out of context. So instead of the part where it says, Kaku sent you a message, you would just clip that part out. Oh. It is nice colors, yeah. It's a very sophisticated palette, which I like. Alright, and then we've got slit eyes here. And I think we'll make it a little downturned so they don't look super surprised and anxious, but more so like contemplative. It's kind of crazy like how intense it can change from like Gigi from Kiki's Delivery Service to a character that actually can be serious. And I can make the eyes look better, they just don't look good in line art form at the moment. Let me just flip that real quick. Which part would get clipped? Very, very clever, Vessa. I think you already know, so there's no point in telling you. Did I try? Goodness. We... Alright. Trying to understand how the eyes... I think the eyes will be okay like this. It's gonna need some tweaking after we get the base idea down. We're good bunnies. We would never make an edited voice clip where you endorse it in a commercial. The greatest cheesemonger on Lucinari. Wow, okay. Now you can take it out of context twice. Goodness. Alright, these paws need to be moved forward a little bit. And let's see, maybe like so. I misread that as the greatest cheeseburger on Lucinari. Goodness. That doesn't even make sense. I'm not even allowed in the burrows. How am I supposed to know what's in the burrows? I can't say that there is greatest cheese because I'm not allowed. I've been banned permanently. Can you endorse my 100% totally organic, no preservative, homegrown pumpkins by THLPH? Promise I won't make a commercial out of it. You know, I would if you still had any. But you don't. So how can I do that? You ate your merchandise. How am I supposed to endorse it? I have a lot grown? I have not seen it. Maybe you would be allowed if you brought the greatest cheese with you? No, I've been straight up told that I just... Well, one, I can't even fit in the burrows. Two, I'm a little scared of Lillian. And she knows it too. You put it in a Lucinari? What? Not gonna lie, some of the design cues from Simon's design would look great on your aroma gazer. It looks cute. You guys can take inspiration from each other as long as you don't fully copy each other, right? You don't want to, like, one-for-one anybody. Alright. So let's add a little bit here so that we can possibly have white sclera. The eyes are a little bit off at the moment. Just need to sort of... Hard to get it right in the sketch that's further away. That'll look better when it's painted, I think. So then let's quickly get down the color. Oh, also, for the armband, I kind of took it more like how a bandana gets tied with, like, the corners at the end. But if you'd like, I can bring these to a rectangular point, which is more similar to the headband here. Completely up to you how you would like to do it. I think either of them look good. So you could have something that flows in the wind more, or you could have something that is a little bit tighter and doesn't move around as much. Let me just quickly drop this here. And I can't quite tell what I have selected at the moment, so I'll probably have to clean it up a little later. But let's see here. And let's grab this as our base color. Clean it up a little bit on the edges. Especially around the tail. Alright, gets us our general idea. And up here. That'd be swell, I like the flowing. Alright, let me minimize this real quick. I think that flowing elements are really nice. I have the same on my end, right, with like my ribbons and everything. I think flowing elements make for very elegant. I'm not gonna make it too crazy, but I at least want to like have it long enough that it could have some movement, you know? I won't make it like Sylveon length, but just something. And then in any sort of like more action type piece, that would look really nice. I mean, that's one of the, like, my tail, which you don't see too often, is actually very wispy, as opposed to most foxtails. So, it, in illustrations, it kind of behaves more like a horsetail, if anything. Flowing pumpkin? The heck? We'll do something like that, and yeah. It doesn't have as much impact when it's drawn straight like this, but in most other illustrations it'll look good. Hello, Catch! Let's talk of pumpkin and cheese, making me think of the soup the Yeti makes in Twilight Princess. Nice. You grow them outside the cafe, then you commute to Lucinare by the train station in the borough. What? How have I not noticed a giant pumpkin patch in the atelier? Alright, let's bring these back. Wait, are you growing them underground in the burrows, or are they above ground? They'd have to be above ground, they need sunlight. Because you're inside drawing all the time. We did a little renovation? What? The permits are all there if you need to know. What? Because you hate us, so you don't pay attention. That's not true. Has the atelier seen a greenhouse ever? We don't have a greenhouse, but there is a garden. Who cares about light? Keep them away from newbie. Fair. Alright. Let's see. I'm going to work off a separate layer here. So now we've got to the color element, right? So we've got an aquamarine. Actually, I'll do that as a separate layer too. It's gonna be a very nice combination, I feel. And then we'll do a little bit of a... I'm doing this a little bit early, but it's fine. A little bit of our golden effects here. Alright. What? Can confirm, had all the necessary emergency installations done? Huh? Your solution to growing pumpkins underground. You sometimes steal glowing crystals, surprisingly efficient in growing veggies. Oh my gosh. Fire exits, fire extinguishers, etc. Also, hello, Whelp! Welcome in. At this point, the burrow is bigger than the cafe? You guys scare me sometimes. Okay. Alright. The ringtail tail is a little bit tousled. So we'll do that as well real quick. And on, why can't- oh, can I not do that? Alright, Might have to paint over that a little. Or, here, we'll do it like this. I'll do this and then sort of like paint over it. And just need to basically tell myself that it's not meant to be super cleaned up. You keep a very strict building code? Do you ever regret unwisping some of you guys? No. Never in entirety, no. The restraints of space have become more so suggestions of space within the burrow? What does that even mean? Not yet. Never entirely. No, I would not want any creature to just remain a lost spirit, so... Let me see here. I need to figure out where the colors are. Primary color chocolate red, secondary silverish gray or white. Okay. Oh, probably actually like the background, actually. Might have to change the background color. And the tip is meant to be the darker one, right? So... Okay. It's kind of almost giving Red Panda vibes, too. Is this right, or should the order be reversed? I can do the oh, I painted that on the main layer, of course I did. Did not mean to do that. I can also do it in the reverse order as well. I can also do it, this way. So that the tip is white. Yeah, you got it? Love red pandas? Which order do you want the tip to be? You're no longer at risk of crashing your car. That is good thing. That is good thing to hear. If you measure the burrow from the outside and measure from the inside would be larger than the outside, assuming you had a measuring tape long enough. What? I don't understand what that means! Even then the measurements are inconsistent? I don't understand how that works. Tip being darker. Okay. Ooh, wait, I have an idea. I have an idea? And we can see what you think of it. But what if... That deep, deep, deep chocolate crimson, right? What if we did, like... We could either do it like this, or we could also gradate it as well. To make that a little bit lighter. We can have it like a gradient, or we can just keep it to this darker color. Either works, I think. Here, the way I'll do this is, do that. Wait, grab this. There we go. That's an easier way to sort of see the difference, I think. You think the gradient looks good? Alright. It can kind of go either way. And, you know, it could also be up to, like, interpretation too. Like, some people might not do many gradient things, but at least these are flat gradients, so it's much easier to replicate. Pretty simple. Never heard of a house that's bigger on the inside? It's like a TARDIS? What? Are we playing with non-Euclidean geometry? Oh, wait, I feel like I've had this issue before. I think there's somebody else who was also messing with physics and the time-space continuum. They were a dolphin. That was a long time ago. Only Vessa knows what I'm referring to. The dolphin, yes. Alright, let's see here. No, we're designing with non-Euclidean space. Expand, please. There was a chaos-bringing dolphin at one point in our lives. They aren't really around the server at all, but they used to be very prominent. Who knows where the dolphin is now? Off exploring alternate dimensions. Probably, to be honest. Probably. Alright. We also know that we need to do, like, yellow eyes here. Either full or with white sclera, whichever works better. We could probably just go with, like... I think with most of these cases, it would probably just be the full eye with a creature design. Let me see. And then if there is any, it might be really small, like so. Probably something on these lines. And then we'll make this a little bit lighter where the highlights are. We'll add a full highlight on the eyes here. Which helps bring it a lot more to life. See, I told you, the eyes don't look great in line art, and they look so much better once you've actually started working with the coloring. How is a dolphin fitting into a burrow? I knew the dolphin before the burrows existed. Didn't have homework today, so you get to build Gunpla. Sounds good. Who's stronger, the dolphin or the dark dragon? Very different beings. Very, very different beings. One is essentially chaos. Think about, like, Discord, My Little Pony level. And the other is chaos, but pure destruction. Oh, shoot. The Stream Elements, you dummy. Stream Elements doesn't know the difference, for some reason, between just saying the word Starlight Atelier versus the channel name, and it's calling me out, and it's bold. That's irritating. Oh well. It doesn't do that on the other channel, where my name is a lot more logical. Why does it... Alright, note to self. PvE, pre-Burrows era. Tell me more. Eyes of my boy didn't look good and look acceptable now. What? Stream Elements? Hey, listen! Oh, jeez. I would hope not. I can't do a voice as high as Navi, jeez. Okay. I need to get back to the color. Need to think about the color again. Ba-ba-ba. Starts brighter and ends... Okay, wait. Starts more bright chocolate, ends in reddish white. Okay. Let me see if I can understand that. Maybe we'll do, like, reddish white. Okay, I'm trying to understand the difference between this and pink. Maybe make it, like, a little less saturated? Like this? This is also a little bit more intense. Let me try to balance that back to the original color. I'm assuming that it's a gradient as well? A live oi counter in the burrows? You guys are terrible. What if we mod an oi pack for Star to be Navi? What does that even mean? That sentence didn't make any sense. Maybe a tad bit more reddish on the tips. All right, let's try this. Like, just tone down a little bit more? Maybe try to make that a little bit... like... a little more saturated, perhaps? Are you trying to go for, like, this highlight color? Because we could do that, too. It might be a little intense, but... that's probably a little bit intense. But up to you. Up to you if you want it to be more intense or subtle. That is just a pure highlight color. This is a little bit more leaning towards gray, and this is leaning more towards, like, its own separate color. It does look fancy with the highlight. I can also just add highlights other places. This is more of, like, right now, I'm not doing any true shading. I'm just doing base colors. Like, think about these as flats, essentially. So, I can add highlights and, like, on the character, make it look nicer and everything. But right now, I'm just trying to figure out the flat base. So that's why I'm saying, like, either more gray or more saturated, I suppose. A mod pack for OOT that turns Navi's voice into yours saying oi instead of hey, listen. That would be terrible. We're going to replace Navi in Ocarina of Time and all the callouts will just be oi. Great. Do you want it to be more saturated or less saturated? Because I think either will work. And it's not super different either way. Is it? Okay, yeah, it's this. There we go. Less saturated? Alright. The thing is, like, when we're doing the design elements, the best time to ask for changes is in this phase. And then we do the nicer, cleaner version later on. Also, don't pay attention to the fact that this is the same color as the background. It's a silvery white and it worked. Alright. Next we have... Head is... primary color, the body and head, okay. Secondary color is silverish gray white. For neck, fur, and feet. Noted. We've got our color scheme here. I'll, of course, make that match better, look better, etc., etc. We're just getting our base ideas down. This is our iteration process. And feet. Oh, do you have any preference for, like, how large on the feet they are? Like, is it covering half the foot? Is it just covering a tiny bit of the foot? Either works. I don't think it's stated either way. It could be a decent balance. Just the feet? Alright. You get magic? Yeah, everybody has magic in some form, just to different degrees. Most people have chosen explosions, unfortunately. You know, lightning magic is actually very interesting, because we've had some interesting issues with lightning magic in the past, so having a Stargazer that can harness it would be really, really useful. Let's see here. Let me make sure. And you know if the armband is Netsuki, okay. Netsuki is Bloodstone. Okay. It's gonna be kind of hard to make that visually appear, but if we add highlights, then we'll do what we can here. Does the armband have a called out color? Okay. I'm going to make one executive decision. I think that maybe having the ears be tipped or colored would be good. I'm just gonna quickly see how that would look. Either making these darker so that it sort of mirrors the tail a little bit. Be red like Ryu's headband, though I may not be sure what is a better contrast. Let me see. So if we went with this, like, very vibrant red, right? Let me do that on a separate layer, just so if we want to add or change things. I'm gonna play around, because my one other consideration is, one that would contrast with the aquamarine. So that would be with a red, and then this could also be interesting with a more saturated blue. Not saturating, why is it? Okay. So this is like a red version. This could be a blue version. It's completely up to you. This is entirely your choice. If we want to go with a red, we can. It's a fairly saturated red, but if you want the reference for this character, then you would definitely want it to be this red. If your goal is to reference the character specifically. The royal blue looks really good. I think this is a little bit more of a aquamarine-ish turquoise. I think royal is a little bit more like the color of the sky behind me. That's a little bit more of a royal. But again, if your goal is to reference a character, then you would probably want it to be the same as the character. But if you just want the headband for the headband's sake, then you could go with either. I will say that this way does make it fairly balanced, but it really depends on what you want to reference. And I think either will work. More of a sky blue? Yeah, it's kind of, I was just trying to match the aquamarine color. And I can try matching that a little bit more carefully too. We'll stick with the blue? Alright. Let me see if I duplicate. Yeah, if I duplicate it, it makes it a little bit more intense. Just because, let me just grab this real quick. I used a thinner brush, so let me just make sure that it's solid enough. Alright. There we go. And if we wanted to, we could even have, like, you know, little highlights on it for movement and everything. Take this darker color. Makes it easier to work with. And I'm just seeing what the highlights would look like if we kind of allowed it to be a little bit more rendered, right? I'm just sort of seeing how it's behaving. And then let me just really quickly play around with a tiny bit of the hue and saturation here. I'm looking here at the aquamarine, and the aquamarine does lean a little bit more purple. At least that picture of it does. We got like... And leaning towards the purple is going to be a bit closer to doing this sort of purple-red color contrast. If you make it too green, then it can look a little bit off. But if you make it like just a hint towards purple, then it complements well, I think. And I know the netski is really hard to see here. I'm going to make that look nicer. But this is overall the general idea we have, and I took artistic liberty on making the darker ears this bunny also had darker ears, even though I know that you were just using it for placement. So yeah, at this point, what do you think? If there's any other changes or tweaks or additions that you think would fit? What if your magic is making cannons that work once and explode if used a second time? One-time use. I need a lightning magic Stargazer to power my railgun. I mean, what? Didn't say anything, not planning anything. Goodness. Isn't an ear missing a nick? Oh, right, you did say this. Hang on. Let me go back. Has a nick on left ear. Okay. Yes, you're right about that. I'm guessing it's more like, trying to think of how that could work. Probably lower would look better. A little bit, Vulpes Foya styled. I'm imagining. And then you said something with a scar. Which was... upper left thigh. Would that be like here? Make sure if I have that right. I can't tell if I have the position right. It's maybe too lopsided if several elements are on the same side? From the flank to the upper thigh. Why am I, like, not understanding this correctly? Is it... do I have it flipped? Is that what I'm doing wrong? I'm trying to understand that from words, and it's not entirely something I can understand. Lilith, hello. It does seem side heavy. Maybe change bandana to right leg. So the other thing that we can keep in mind is that, this is also just like our standard, but if it does feel heavy on one side, then yeah, we can always make this, we can always turn the sketch to the other direction. It's just a matter of the level of details that you'd be seeing. I could also do something where for the final image, the character is a little bit more tilted. So they're like, their body is more twisting and shows off more, right? If we have like a slight more front view, and then you can probably get away with, for example, right? If we move things around. I can't really tell which way the scar goes, but if we did something like that, right? And then you could kind of see both sides at the same time. I can try to... I can try to make it a little bit more visual like this. And then you'd probably see a little bit more of their front here. It wouldn't be, like, super accurate to how perspective works, but I think it would be a good way to get everything in. But it's up to you in terms of what side you want things on, in terms of what feels right, right? Like, maybe, I think that the scars being on both sides would probably makes sense in the context of things. But it's up to you. It's up to how you see things, how you feel that things would make the most sense. And yeah, if you want to draw in like where the scar should be, feel free to just do like a napkin sketch if you'd like. Because I am having a little bit of time trying to understand flank to upper thigh. Eritane, hello, hello. Hello, Goofy Coopers. I'm not 100% sure how accurate that I have this, but don't think I can remain for much time, but for now I'm here. I appreciate it, Eritane. Feel free to stay as long as you're able. I appreciate it either way. I'm going to... What is... Oh, why did I accidentally have this on a... Okay, interesting. I'm gonna add that here, and place this in its own folder just so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. There we go. We can save this out. For the balance, the band can stay on the right side. Yes, though I'm sad the Netsuke will not be the forefront. So the thing is, in other illustrations, it will be. It's just that in this illustration, so that we can show the scar. But, like I said, there's other times where I do want to try to add a few more sketches if I can. So, let's say we have one of you, reading or something. And you have a paw out here. Then it'll be fully on display, right? So it's not that you can see everything in every view, or not everything is prominent in every view, but it's like, you should just know it exists. And then you can sort of expound upon that later. If that makes sense? Hang on. Trying to figure out how I want this tail to work. Etc., etc. And then we might have like the... We were saying here with the burrows. And then this would just be like a... This is... A lot of times, characters have multiple sketches of themselves just so that you can see every element of their design, right? So, you wouldn't be able to see the scar here, but you still get a lot of character storyline from this too. And then in this sketch, you get to see the Netsuke full front and center. Or then if you have, let's say if we're doing something with the lightning element, right? Then this time you might not see the Netsuke. It might not have as much visual importance. You might be able to still see it, depending. But then in this pose, right? And I'm just doing things very roughly. But then in this pose, maybe sort of like this, you know, jumping high kick type thing. Then you'd be able to to see, like, the scars and the battle damage when you have a piece that is more battle-centric, you know? Got it? Posted the scar location? Okay, thank you. Let me check that real quick. Oh, okay. Okay, I see it now. Okay, so I was kind of thinking that maybe I had the angle wrong. So it's more like... I kind of figured that might be the case. Left flank to upper left thigh. Okay. As opposed to there. Okay. Okay, it's more horizontal. I see. Got it. No, that makes a lot more sense. That makes so much more sense. Do you see how I'm saying? How, like, even, like, it doesn't matter the, it doesn't matter if you just give me, like, a napkin sketch. Visuals are everything, because I can't always get everything in text. But no, that makes so much more sense. So you see what I'm saying here as well, right? With the, I can't really fit everything, but you get what I'm saying, right? So in this more action pose, you might want to put more emphasis on being able to show off the scar that I now realize is more like this. And then you might be able to see the Netsuki if it has enough leeway to sort of fly visually here. But if not, it's okay because the Netsuki shows up better here. It's kind of like how I have... Can you see it? You can see my deck belt here, right? You can see the deck belt on my waist. But if I have a illustration of myself where I'm turned, then you probably would not be able to see the deck belt because it's on the other side of me off camera. So as long as we have multiple illustrations where we can get all of the general ideas and concepts down, that's what matters. That's why a lot of references don't just have one view. What deck do you play? Do you want me to answer that? You sure you want me to answer that? Yeah, so even if we move things, that's why I'm saying, like, you don't have to have everything all on one side. Because it doesn't... Yes, I'm going to just have, like, one illustration for the reference sheet. But many reference sheets have multiple views. The only reason that mine currently doesn't is because I made it in a huge rush, and I was only able to use the reference of my my PNG, like my model PNG. But someday in the future, I would like to make a reference that shows more of this style, where you're actually seeing more of... Oh, actually, you know what? Here, let me bring up a previous commission I did. It's a mascot, so it's not the same, but this helps explain what I'm saying. I think it was a one-off? Where is that? Oh, shoot, what was your name? Maybe I just have it down here? Okay, there we go. So this was a mascot that I designed for somebody. And it's a horseshoe crab. And it would be really hard to explain all of the design elements of a horseshoe crab if I only had this view of it, right? So in order to express the whole horseshoe crab, I had to have a bottom view, I had to have a side view, I had to have a top-down view, and I also wanted to show its expression. I wanted to show that when it gets scared or nervous, it flaps its tail really heavily. No, the mascot's not under NDA. So it's very beneficial that when you're doing a character design, that you show it off in multiple sketches. That's also the reason why when I gave you guys the template, I gave you the 4-legged template, I gave you the 2-legged template, and I even gave you a chibi template. You're allowed to express your design however many times you want, however many ways. I think usually like 2 or 3 images suffice in a reference sheet. And then you can also have like second pages to a reference sheet. I know a lot of VTubers who have second pages just to show their second outfit designs. So I think that, I think it helps a lot to show off different ideas, different sketches, different viewpoints. You get the idea. What a friendly little fella. I'm sure they pay the taxes. Imagine, like, my surprise when I get a mascot submission on VGen and someone's like, yeah, I want my mascot to be a horseshoe crab. Like, a horseshoe crab? Okay. I can totally do that. Because, like, most VTuber mascots are, you know, kittens and puppies or, like, dragons or, you know, something very standard. It's like, yeah, I want a horseshoe crab. I'm like, all right. I can figure that out. Second pages make life easier? Yeah, exactly. Also, hello, Lillian. I'm proud of you for drawing a good water critter. Thank you! I've got the Vessa water critter stamp of approval. That is very important. Horseshoe crabs are all nobles. They're blue bloods. Yeah. He wanted a horseshoe crab that represented the sun. That was the, that was the brief I got. A horseshoe crab that represented the sun. So yeah, sometimes when you're doing these things, you don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know what people are gonna ask of you. So I ended up doing like a sunray pattern on the back of it, and then it leans into the tail spike. Nothing more as context? I'm pretty sure that was the main brief, is that it needed to represent like sun and light and purity. And it needed to evoke radiance. I think that was pretty much the whole brief. That's some Hollow Knight-ish request. I like how the design on the back alludes to the rising sun motif. Yes, thank you. It's the only way I could figure out how to do it. Why are we looking at a horseshoe? Yeah, I was explaining client work because I'm... thumbnail. Because we're working on Siamzero's piece, and he was saying, oh, if I put the armband on the other foot, then the netsuki wouldn't show up. And I said, that's okay, because we can have other illustrations where the netsuki does show up more. So that's sort of the main thing that I was explaining, right? Alright. Let's take... Is there text here? Where's that text coming from? Alright. Don't need this. Because we know what we're doing, I think. Let's bring Grace Bear up a little bit there. Actually, she's probably don't need her either. Well, okay, actually, let me keep her so that we sort of have an idea of where the color came from. Where's this swatch? Alright. We'll bring this together here. And then we'll take our whole design here, and we're gonna... Alright, I'm gonna duplicate it just in case. We're going to squish the whole thing over here. Is that highlights? That's highlights. Alright, where are your highlights? There we go. I'm gonna merge that. There we go. And then this can be our main pose. So this way we can show both of them off. Both sides, I mean. And make sure that I know that this is supposed to be more horizontal as well. Did the client like it? Would repeat? They did like it, yeah. They were really impressed with it. They were very, very happy. Ooh. No, it's fine. I won't go on, like, client showcase today. But yeah, I tend to have good luck when I get the mascot requests, thankfully. People seem to like my solutions for mascots. It's just funny because I tend to have very, what's the word? I tend to get very unconventional mascot requests, which I think is kind of funny. You don't need a Grace Bear either. No, I kept her here. Sad nun noises. No. No, she's here. She's here. It's all good. It's all good. I wouldn't know where to start with so little information. You start with the species, and then you think about the symbolism of different things, and then you think about, okay, well, it's a horseshoe crab, so there's an ocean element, so I know it would be safe to try adding blue, because blue and gold make a good contrast. And I need to have something to make the feet stand out. You basically have to go from species, which would be like, okay, I can do a brown horseshoe crab. And then you have to say, okay, but this is for a VTuber. So they want something that represents the sun, or radiance. Okay, therefore it has to be gold. I think they said it had to be gold. I'm like, okay, it's gotta be gold, it's gotta be radiant, it's gotta be luxurious. If I just do a gold horseshoe, then it just looks like it's been spray painted. So I can't do that. So I'm thinking, okay, what would go well with gold? And then I think of, okay, well, blue and gold make an interesting contrast. I could have gone with purple, and the reason I went with blue is because it's more of an ocean motif. And then you just sort of start going through those thoughts. And that's kind of how you sort of try developing it into something that may make sense. That's kind of how I think about these things, or at least try to. I'm going to put the notch on the ear a little bit higher, just so that visually, in most cases, it will not get overlapped by the tassel like that, which might make it harder to see. Are you okay with that? So it's creating a little bit of negative space that way. And we sort of have, we can see it easier most of the time that way. I need you to create a mascot that is a giant pickle that is a rapper. I think I would get sued by Fortnite. What strange idea you got? Now I want it too? I don't know what all my NDA statuses are at the moment, but I've done the horseshoe one that I know is I know that I don't have NDA when I get Skeb style commission, because that's just the one and done style. But the other one I did that was Skeb style, and the client was very, very happy with this, which made me happy. They wanted a koi fish. They wanted their chat mascot to be koi fish. However, the koi fish was not supposed to swim in the water. I needed to make a koi fish that didn't swim in water. So how would you guys go about that? I'm curious. You have to design a koi fish, and it can't swim in water. What do you do with it? I like how all your weirdest requests are water critter related. I know, right? Snake koi? No, you can't change the species. Swim through the air. There you go. So this guy, as a VTuber, he was a merchant who sold paintings. He also sometimes likes to dabble in painting himself. So we made ink fish. We made ink koi. So it's like koi fish that come to life through his paintbrush. And we made them all different colors, so like Stargazers, they can have a little bit more customization and personality. And they're light, round, airy koi, and in order to make it feel like a mascot and not just a koi fish, we simplified the little whiskers to be more mascot Sanrio-like, and we made the koi shape a little more round and bulbous, so it got more of that mascot vibe to it. The face makes me think of Daho. Oh my gosh. I provided very valuable expert consultation on this one. Vesa did, yes. Vesa did help me with consultation on this, because our previous versions of it. This was all public also, don't worry. I played around with the different shapes for the koi. And trying to think of, like, something that just felt more mascot-like, right? Someone in paint makes me think of Tahoe. Oh my gosh. It is Dao. Shame we lost her in the Discord now. Goodness, you guys. So yeah, we had something that was more Pokemon-like, and then something that was more, like, traditionally koi-like, and then we, like, squashed it really far into Sanrio style, and then we ended up with this little bubbly koi. That is basically our ink koi. And that's how you end up, that's how you end up doing the mascot designs. Oh my gosh, you guys, we cannot eat the koi. They are not our koi anyway. They are somebody else's community. You do not eat somebody else's community. You should make short evergreen video clips of you going over those two designs. I don't know if... I don't know, like, what to do in terms of evergreen that isn't in Terra anymore. Let me see if I can get the shape here in the overlap. What? You can, but only if you win the forum war. Is there guidelines on what Stargazer's magic can be? There is not at the moment, no. Because Stargazer magic is very tied to seniority. And that hasn't entirely been fully established yet. So we do not currently have any good resources on magic ability. You gotta do something that isn't terrible. Oh my gosh, Vesa. Never seen a forum war? No, I just don't know what you mean by forum war in this context. Like, I don't know why you brought it up. I don't get where I missed something here. Alright, it's on the back side. That's where I got confused. I'm trying to make them floppy while still showing the tassels, so they're not, like, full down floppy. Unless you want them to be a little lower? Not really sure. Let me also bring the head in a tiny bit. And let's also, because we've got, like, a full different color ruff, that's gonna show up as a whole separate piece here. That was in reference to eating someone else's community? Oh, jeez. I see. I see. What? If nobody has a community of rainbow crystals, that would be strange. That would be a very strange concept indeed. We just moved the nick up. I think the ear should stay there so it doesn't overlap too much with the tassel again. I didn't mean to. I think I just forgot. I didn't make the ears long enough is all. You know, you're right. We did. Let me move it back a little bit. And I think the difference is that I just sort of made the ears themselves longer. So that it's not too much on the very tip. This needs to be a little more even. About here. About here. And then we'll sort of make it forward a little bit. Chat stopped? I don't think it stopped. I think it's just really slow. I don't know why it's so slow, but I think it's just slow. All right, type things. See if it moves. Bunny brains are also slow because Monday. It's moving. It's just taking its time. It was 2 minutes late. That's really bad. I don't know why it's so late. By Monday standards, the stream is pretty chill. Well, no one's, like, threatening to blow everything up, at least. So that's probably helping. Chat's so close to retirement. Oh. Exploding pumpkins? Jeez. Don't you need to sell those? not exploding? Don't you need to... I'm pretty sure you need those, like, intact. I think you need to sell those intact. Bite the pumpkins? I would not bite the pumpkins. I don't think that's a good idea to bite the pumpkins. It's definitely going into someone's D&D campaign. Exploding pumpkins. Perfect for Halloween. Wait, isn't that actually a thing in Nightmare Before Christmas? Wait a minute. Aren't exploding pumpkins a thing in Nightmare Before Christmas? Isn't that already a thing? I knew it. Do I have plans for Halloween? I do not really have any plans for Halloween. We don't stream on Halloween either, unfortunately, so I can't do like a Halloween party or anything. I haven't really planned out anything. And grow some more? I don't know, you're losing a lot of your supplies there. Do you get trick-or-treaters? Not too much, being on top of the mountain and all. They tend to go for where it is easier to get to. So, no, not many, to be honest. I mean, some will venture that far, but not many. Do I have to tell you guys to not scare them away before they can come up? You guys can be nice, right? You guys can be nice to any trick-or-treaters that come by. They take the long journey. The least you can do is you know, not turn them away. I'm sure they get scared off by the silhouette of bunnies either way. Why would they get scared of a silhouette of bunnies? That doesn't make sense. If you brought candy for trick-or-treaters and we scare them away, we get to keep all the candy at the end of the night, right? No, you do not! No, if we have candy for trick-or-treaters and you scare them off, you do not get rewarded with candy. That's not how it works. In fact, there is a bunny-themed horror movie. I swear if you say Watership Down or something, I'm sure there's others. Horror movies tend to always have, like, weird things that you wouldn't expect to be horror, but they do it again just for shock value, like the Winnie the Pooh thing. That doesn't shock me at all. If they've got the guts to enter after all the explosions, they've earned the right. As long as they don't step on the pumpkin claymores. The what? I think this Netsuke should be dangling just a little bit, just so that we can see it a little easier. So it's like not, yeah, not entirely against the fabric. That's the other thing. We also, we don't have to abide by gravity here. This visual does not have to have the ribbons on the ground. This can just be, like, showing full motion. Which I think actually looks a lot nicer. Although I don't really like how I'm positioning them. So let me see what would work better. Okay, I think that looks nicer. Maybe a little too wild? Wind coming out of nowhere making a band flutter is a classic trope, so I approve. Maybe a little too long, but like... Yeah, exactly. Personal wind. Yeah, it might be a bit much, but that's okay. Because I think we can play around with it a little. I'm trying to think of a spooky game you could play that isn't too scary for the season. I don't think we're gonna have time to do that anyway, so... You wouldn't be able to suggest anything that I wouldn't hate, though. And if we had planned doing that, then it probably should have been something a while back. Wait, why did you even- wait, I'm reading back chat. Why do you even have this idea here? Alright, let me get the tail in. And let me also work on making the tail a little bit more... a little bit more, crazed. A little bit... a little damage. A little bit of tail damage. I know I can do better with the shape, though. Let me focus on the shape before I start adding the detail to it. Maybe we'll do, like, have it curled over? If it's curled over, then it shows that it's much larger. A tailless freak. No, I'm just trying to figure out shape language here. Need to get better at not getting spooked? What do you mean? Trying to think maybe that would be a better position here. I can do things, I can illustrate things that are spooky. I was showing some people that I've illustrated an entire undead pet store. I think that should count, don't you think? Alright. I think this pose works for this, and then it can always be wilder for, like, lightning battle pose and everything. I'm not sure if the... Okay, Siamzero, do you think that your tail would be heavy or light? Maybe she can play Pac-Man to get used to the ghosts. Very funny, guys. Very funny. Do you ever get jump scared by your own illustrations? No, I do not. I can already imagine how cutesy you made it. I didn't! Ask Vessa! Actually, ask any of the Celestials who already saw it! I didn't make it cutesy. I didn't make it cutesy? On the heavier side? Okay. In that case, then I think that this pose will work. And then it can always have more action in action-based environments. I think that would be good. What, do you want me to pull it up? I can pull it up if you'd like. Let me see if I can find it. Because you guys think I can't handle anything horror-based. So let me at least show you the illustration. If I can find it. Alright, let me just grab it from the channel. It'll be faster that way. Let me see here. Lots of history of Terra discussion. There we go. Can confirm Starlight can handle some creepy things, you just need to warn her first. Yeah, exactly. Here you go. This is a piece that I did for a project, and I would say that, you know, this is not super nice. This is not super cutesy. There you go. See? I can handle some things that are a little bit on the creepier side. See? That's just bones? What do you mean that's just bones? That's pretty tame? It's not a jump scare if I warned you, though, is it? Doesn't really register as creepy? It doesn't register as creepy to someone who's already used to super creepy, right? If, like, you're desensitized to the level of creepy, it's just bones. I was expecting something actually unsettling. I mean, I think that it's... Your tryhards, don't listen to him, Star. Been thoroughly spooked. Just because it's not covered in blood and gore doesn't mean it isn't creepy. Yeah, it doesn't have to be covered in blood and gore to be creepy. Gives you an idea of the atmosphere, exactly. You're gonna have to do better than ordinary skeletons. They're just brats. I have one other thing, but it's not scary, it's more just disturbing. And it's not well done either, because I was really rushing it and I didn't care about the assignment enough. Let me see if I can find that. It was here, right? This was probably on the creepier side. Doesn't have to be covered in blood and gore to be creepy, but that still doesn't make this creepy. I like the bonefish, that's always a cool aesthetic. Alright, how about this? How about this? This I had to make as a poster, inspired by Edgar Allan Poe. So, yeah, I don't lean towards, like, the fullest scary- I'm not, like, into horror. But if I have to do something, I can kind of try, at least, right? So, what about this one? This is much better. Never seen this one? Yeah, I haven't shown this to anyone yet. Have not shown this to anybody. So does that work for you? That is in fact rather unsettling. See? See? I don't like looking at it. Assignment successful. Yeah, it was an Edgar Allan Poe story. Certainly a bit unsettling. There you go, see? It's more in line with what I was expecting when you talked about the previous one. Well, there you go then. They had my fox typecasted all on, but they were not familiar with her game. That one is creepy. See? I can sometimes, if I have to, if I'm pushed to, if I'm forced to. It's a black cat, so it's cute. It's the Edgar Allan Poe story with the black cat. I don't even remember which one it is, though. You've seen Lord of the Rings. How do you handle, schlub? I don't remember what that is. I can't recall what that is off the top of my head. But yeah. So, you know, if I'm really pushed to, if I'm really forced to, I can do something to this degree. The big spider. Oh. You repressed it. Story's just called The Black Cat. Yeah, yeah, Lillian would know. Lillian would know. Oh, okay, wait, now I remember. Third movie, okay, yeah. I did not enjoy it. I watched the movie, but I did not enjoy that portion. Is that fair? Does that work for you? Alright. So anyway, TLDR, I am not 100% a scaredy cat if I have to draw a scary cat. Alright. So, like, I've got my limits, but if I have to do the illustration myself, then I can handle some things. Boo, 0 out of 10 pun? I think that was a pretty dang good pun. I think that was pretty dang fitting. Not everything I do has to be, like, all cute, pastel, and happy, right? You thought Mountain Range was good too? It was good! That's why I made a whole short out of it! It was good, you just don't appreciate my puns. Star crime? How's that a star crime? Apologize, Star was not familiar with your game. See, I'm not like... I'm not completely hopeless when it comes to scary things, you know? Some of you get- how dare you? Pretty sure that puns are not a crime. Oh, it's the worst performing short. Oh my god, I actually wonder how it compares to the others. I mean, it's already out there. You can see how bad it performs. I don't know. Hey, I'm painting a chew toy tail right now, so you might want to watch it. Vehement anger as a reaction is a sign of a good pun. There you go. She's not hopeless, but as a non-bunny, she's definitely hopless. Oh my gosh. You guys can tease Lillian for that one if you want. $1.6K views, 197 likes on the mountain short. Lillian gets a pass. Why does Lillian get a pass? All right. I'm not the one on screen. It's harder to torment the shameless. Lillian does not get a pass. I'm still mad at her. I forgot why I'm mad at her, but yeah. Oh yeah, Vesa and Lillian have like a crazy rivalry, anger, beef. I'm not really sure what it is, but yeah, that is a thing. I forgot about that. The scar is a tangent and almost lines up with the tail line. I'm trying to not make it so. That's why I keep redoing this part. Maybe I'll Maybe I'll just do that. Actually, yeah, that works fine. Make the tail just a little bit poofier. She called you. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, Lillian called Vesa Takanashi Kiara. I don't even know why. It doesn't even make sense in the general context of things. Lillian, why are you reminding Vesa about why he hates you? It's a power play? Never heard of that one, but okay, I'll trust you on that one. Link the lost media clips of the live action version and made Vesta go ballistic. That sounds about right. BRB, gotta go dislike the mountain range shorts on my 70 accounts. Joke's on you, that only creates engagement. Dislikes don't matter anymore. They stupidly got rid of them. All you're doing is showing the YouTube algorithm that I created successful rage content, which makes it shown to more people. Because that's apparently what everyone does as the meta these days. They create stupid rage content. I need to post some of Johnny Virgil's work that he's made. I need to post some of those at some point. Pretend you had to make legitimate rage bait content. What would you do? Jeez. Trying to think of what angle I would go with. Placing mountain? No. I'd probably go the DeviantArt route. And I'd make a whole video about why you should never use references. And why, let me see, what else did DeviantArt do? Trying to think what else I could do with that. Yeah, you're not a real artist if you use references. You're not... No, I can't really do anti-digital art, because that's kind of a dead argument nowadays. Why references are plagiarism? Wow, you're tame? Oh, you think that's tame in the art world. You think that's tame in the art world. No, that's not tame in the art world. You can't use politics? No, I wasn't going to. I'm trying to think of, like, if it had to be within, like, the things that I know enough about to, like, actually create arguments. I can't do anything Arknights-based because I don't have enough experience to refute arguments. So it would have to be something art-based. And I think I would do it about how you're not a real artist if you use references. You're gonna get clipped out of context. People are just gonna take that little bite right there. Jeez. To answer your question, the Kiara comparison was because Vesta compared you to Mari, and I thought referencing the ship would be funny. Also, I like Kiara, so it was meant as a compliment. Poor Lillian. Oh my gosh. I'm not even gonna read that one out loud, but... Unfortunately, we've already seen that. Not even gonna read that one out loud. I don't even want a chance of that one to be taken out of context. Alright, Airtane, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. People were watching AI-generated brain rot shorts. That's so disappointing. That's so sad. Ugh. Scared for the future of humanity here. You haven't even touched AI yet? You haven't touched art theft? You haven't touched Arthur? Yeah, no. There's a bit more I expected than just, oh no, my references. I mean, the AI one is not good rage bait because it's been done to death. The reference one is good because it affects both beginners and professionals, and it, like, directly targets something that people already do. The R34 one, no one is really gonna care about because everyone kind of basically says to each their own these days. And the plagiarism one, very hard to not just basically make into obvious trolling. That's why the reference one is actually more powerful than you would think. Yeah. No, trust me, I didn't just, like, pull that one out of thin air. The more I learn. Yeah, no, so many things that you would think would work are now very accepted these days, or they're just done in a way where people don't care. So if you were going to do rage bait, it has to affect what people already work on. What people already do. Basically, attack their workflow. You've thought about this before? It's not that I've thought about it before. It's just that I've observed things that I've seen online before. It might be a star crime. What about you want to work for free exposure? It doesn't work. I mean, okay. There could be an argument as to saying that working for free exposure is a good thing, actually. Except it already has its legitimate cases in very rare circumstances. So you'll get a bunch of people that actually would agree with you. Like, an example is, like, something for, like, nonprofits or something for, like, actual celebrity. Like, people are able to make arguments against that one a little too easily. But references is the perfect one because it affects people whether or not they take commissions. It affects people who do this for their full-time job. It affects people who are just starting to learn art. It sounds so benign, but it's probably the worst one you could do. And because it sounds benign, there's so many times that it's gotten brought up. And then it leans into that if you have to use reference, then you're no better than the AI that learns the same way that you would with reference. You look so content. Little cruise gazer. Oh my gosh. I'm just doing the top of the eyes right now. If Star wanted to do Rage Bait, she could review every episode of the G5 MLP series. Ugh. I don't even want to subject myself to that one. That one makes me so sad. That one makes me legitimately so sad. I feel like I have to make this into a duplicate layer again, because otherwise someone's going to accuse me of destroying the Stargazer. I feel like you could start fake discourse over the use of undoing and layers as well. Like, you're only a real artist if you work with one layer, that type of thing. I already screenshot and posted it. Goodness. I do genuinely wonder what people are thinking when they make the AI comparison. Do they just expect new artists to pull expertise? Without looking at anything? Actually, yes. So the thing with the AI argument is that what they say is an artist and an AI have to learn the same way. That is their argument, is that an artist and an AI have to learn the same way. Therefore, what the AI is doing is no different than you guys, therefore you have nothing to complain about because you work the same way. That is the argument that they give. And they say that if you have to use a reference, if you have to look at things, if you're observing your natural surroundings, then that is what the AI does. It observes what it's given, and it is learning the same way a human does. That is the argument that they give it. The AI doesn't learn, though. That's the problem. That's the part that they don't get, because they don't understand. They're so for the AI, but they don't understand how data sets work. They don't understand that they're just fed a million images. So they believe that when it's fed a million images, it's learning like a human does that's going to a museum. Many, many times they use the comparison. It's no different than a person going to a museum to get inspiration. That is what they say. That is their argument. Does it make sense? It absolutely doesn't. But that is the one that they give all the time. The AI is practically tracing, though. If you trace and copy-paste that together, then that's okay for an artist to do. I doubt the argument would fly. The AI bros believe that it doesn't trace because they don't see it as being a one-to-one of the thing that it was trained on. So, for example, there's a lot of AI that you can train to make, like, models of children, right? Like, okay, wait. Before you take that out of context and think that I'm being creepy, I'm referring this in the sense of children's clothing. Because I have a friend that designs children's clothing. So she is very used to seeing AI-generated images of AI pictures of children wearing clothing that gets designed. Do you get what I'm saying? So one of the arguments people have is, this is a better thing because then I don't have to take a picture of my child and have it on the internet. And what it actually is actually it's an amalgamation of a bunch of existing pictures of children's pictures that were on the internet, like Instagram and everything. So you are using a picture of somebody else's kid, in effect, and then putting your own clothing designs on it. So I know that's kind of a weird example, but that is the best example I can currently give because I know somebody who works in that industry, and they say that the problem with AI right now is that people are using it where they take a photo of the dress that they made, right? Like a little toddler's dress. And then they put it into the AI, and then it puts it on a little toddler model. And the problem is, where did the data for the little toddler come from? It came from pictures that people posted of their kid on Facebook and Instagram and etc. So you're saying, oh, it's better because my child isn't in the picture. And then it's like, okay, it's somebody else's child, or it's an amalgamation of like a bunch of different children. The problem is you can't just say like, oh, it got made up and it's not one particular person, so therefore it's okay. No, it's still using pictures of people's children, and people don't understand that. It's a fair example because there are just some distressing applications for that. Exactly. So I know I have to be careful when I'm trying to explain that, but that is a thing. If you're putting a picture of your kid on the internet and you're using AI, then it might not be immediately apparent, but that picture of your kid is being used to train the AI. And that is an important thing that people should be aware of. What's your take on the "this person does not exist" website then? It's an amalgamation of every picture of people who have existed, so I don't think it's a good thing. The "so long it's not me" doesn't affect me. Exactly, yeah. Alright, well, have a good rest of your day. Sleep well. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I know that's kind of a creepy comparison to give, but the reason I'm giving it is because I know people who work in the children's fashion industry. And that is the current issue right now, is either have a child who is supposed to be modeling, but don't use the AI that doesn't have permission to use all these random pictures without people's consent, basically. So yeah, the whole "this person does not exist" thing, I don't think the argument works because it is an amalgamation of people who do exist, who did not consent for that data to be used to create that website. Or I don't know that website in particular. Maybe they have a public data. I don't know how it works. I'm just saying that the general idea is that you can't just say, well, it didn't take from anyone because it's not directly a one-to-one of the thing. It definitely does take from people, and there are a lot of cases where you can actually say to the AI, make art in the style of insert current Instagram artist who is alive and well and making a living off of their work. In the art world, one of the most well-known artists, her name is Loish. She has a very feminine style that sort of evokes a little bit of a mix of anime and Disney, so of course that's a very popular formula. And you can tell the artist, you can tell the AI, make an image in the style of Loish. And the only reason it can do that is because people have trained it with a data set where it specifically calls out Loish. And then you can say, well, Loish didn't make this exact drawing of this exact mermaid with turquoise hair, in, like, you know, swimming in a moat next to a castle, so therefore it's original. No, because you couldn't have made it without the original work of Loish's painting of a mermaid in the ocean. So it's a mix of it's actually all original and you don't know what you're talking about, and, well, it doesn't matter anyway because the AI learns just the same way a human does. So the argument really falls apart either way. Ethically sourced data is the biggest problem, yeah, 100%. And there are times, there are rare instances where I think that and like, it's taken me a while to even, like, begrudgingly accept some sides of it, right? I think I mentioned before, sometimes I'll use it for captioning shorts, because doing that by hand is a huge pain, and yes, there are people who you can hire to do it for you, but it's also something where I just have to do that by hand, right? I can't really afford to hire somebody, but I am able to do it myself, but the content is all my own. It's not, you know, it's not generating any content for me, and it's just making it easier to get subtitles out. And that's kind of like the limit of where I can accept it. The other time I can accept it is with TTS. I used to have TTS use. And I specifically have only ever used the TTS that was made a decade ago? Probably like a decade ago at this point, by Microsoft. And that TTS was ethically sourced and trained. And we're talking like the TTS that you hear on your navigation systems on maps, right? Like, it's not gonna sound good because it's a technology that is much older, but you know that it's legitimate and ethical that way. And I think that is pretty much my limitation. I never use ChatGPT, aside from the ones that that is forced on you when you look up anything on the internet. I never have anything summarized. I never use it in emails. It's pretty much the limit. Captions and TTS. That's as far as I want to go. I've seen a few vids of an artist who has night-shaded all her work so the AI scrapers can't get anything out of them. Do you know how it works, and does it work? So, Nightshade is essentially a poisoning system where the theory is, you put a grain over the work, and if the AI tries to read it, then it will mess up its output. So if you tried to AI my reference sheet, for instance, then it wouldn't be able to output a similar version of my reference sheet. The issue there is it takes a huge amount of processing power, and it does, unfortunately, leave a texture. It's not entirely perfect. I'll show you what I mean. And this probably wouldn't bother most people, but I don't think it's there yet, unfortunately. I wish it was, and I wish it wasn't so intense. But let me see if I have my current reference sheet where it says low intensity. So it's, let's see if you can make it out here. I think I put it on really, really low, so you really couldn't see it. And I also used a lot of texturing. I think this one's actually okay. I used a crystal texture in the background, so you can't really tell. Okay. It's really hard to see here, but do you see on the neck? On my neck here, where it's like, there's sort of this waviness happening. And you can kind of, you can see it a little bit here too. It has this, right here, I think is where it's clearest. Not the neck shadow, but like right here, do you see a little bit of like this wavy pattern that's kind of going back and forth? I vaguely see it right where the shadow starts. Yeah, you can see it right under the chin, exactly. So that is artifacting as a result of using Nightshade. That is what happens to the artwork if you have a protective layer over it, and I also did it at the absolute lowest possible setting. Hang on a sec, let me catch up here. Microsoft Sam, my beloved. I've seen people are so desperate to endlessly consume that they'll sacrifice culture, privacy, and others' well-being to do it. Yeah. Speech-to-text has existed far longer than AI has. Many of them probably aren't even using the actual AI model, they're just marketing it that way. Yeah, true. So I use a really, really old one. I would like to eventually someday use one that is a tiny bit newer, but still very, very ethical, but I haven't been able to find one that's ethical. Unfortunately. Let me see here. I can't tell if it's the pattern or my screen being a bit dirty. It's the pattern. It's a pattern. It's really, really, no, it's your dirty screen. Shouldn't have put it there, though. Now the other guys are hungry again. Well, I was just trying to give an example. See if it's anywhere else here. I did it with an extremely low intensity. But other people will do it where it is much more visible. Luckily, I have a lot of texture here anyway, so you can't really see most of it, and I also have, like, yeah, it's much more noticeable on flat pieces. You can kind of see it a little bit here in the dress. It's just, like, a little bit textury, wavy. But you get the idea. I don't do it on, I don't do it, on my commission work unless I'm specifically asked. But yeah. And, okay, just to clarify, guys, it's not on me right now, it's just on the reference sheet. I have a professor who's also working on safety outside campus. He was invited to see sketches made by AI. He said they were convincing enough for an inexperienced eye, but was flawed and dangerous. It's definitely dangerous. I truly believe that it's a very dangerous technology. I won't get into the details of that too much, but there are a lot of people who, unfortunately, can't really handle the AI, from a mental health sense. And it's just, I think that a lot of it is much more harmful than it is helpful. I'm glad that it can help me speed up my captioning that I could do by hand if I have to. But that's really the only thing that I see it being helpful for. And of course, medical things. I hate when people say, oh, if you don't like AI, then you don't like the medical innovation. No, the medical innovation is obviously a good thing. But you're using that to excuse art theft. So don't try to push the medical innovation part when I know that you don't actually care about that. You're just using that to make art theft acceptable. And that's my weekly rant on AI. I feel like I like how this looked more in terms of color breakdown, visual breakdown. Let me bring these back a little bit. I like that separation a bit more, I think. I think that's more in line instead of making it super wide. Fun fact, the same principle exists for visual recognition. There are patterns you can show cameras and self-driving cars to absolutely mess them up. Oh my gosh. It's incredibly dangerous. The possibility for impersonation is incredibly high with a dangerous accuracy on the newer powerful models. Exactly. Like, I've seen the videos of Sora, and I'm just like, this is immediately going to be used to accuse people of crimes. Like, the first thing that I see is that people are going to use it to accuse people they don't like of committing crimes. And I don't like it. I don't like that that power has now been given to everybody. I think that's a really dangerous thing. So yeah, that's my take on it. Man, we got on this topic because we were talking about rage baiting people on YouTube. Jeez. Only star crimes allowed here. Oh my gosh. It's even worse. Many kids are abusing the access to ChatGPT and their learning is going down the gutter. But hey, nice weekly rant about AI. We should do it again next week. Save time. Oh my gosh. Moist Critical made a video a couple months ago, used AI intro to show how convincing it was. Ugh. You caused a domino effect again? What did you do? You rage baited yourself. It's an important discussion to have. Rage baited yourself. Okay. Meant me asking how you would rage bait led to the AI topic domino effect. Fine, fair enough, I suppose. Alright. Domino effect indeed, it seems, huh? You know, it's funny, because I remember, back when I was on Irium, I would get into these, like, AI rage discussions a lot. And sometimes I'd have, like, Irium-only people, like people who don't really watch my streams, but just, like, would tune in because of Irium. And they'd be like, oh, she's talking about AI again. Okay, bye. Irium was such a strange place. Like, the more I think about it, the stranger it seems to me. Yes, Irium was the bomb place. Yes, I get it. Exploding pumpkin. You need a topic change. It appears to be bombs. Alright, there we go. It's just not easy to, it's not easy to do streams where the whole thing is talking based and you can't show off anything you're doing. No game, no art, no nothing. The whole thing is Zatsudan. And I would say that I did a decent job. It definitely gave me some pretty good skills. But it was very against what I normally do. Alright. We got a color here. Bombs, cooking failures involving pumpkins, same thing, really? Cooking failures? joke I said in the spoiler channel this morning was, where is taxes? Laughlin with dyslexia. Oh my gosh. That's a why. I don't know about the scar placement. It looks like the tail is on his back. Huh? What do you mean? Also, this is the placement that I was instructed. Wait, let me make sure I have it somewhat. Yeah, no, this is pretty right. Pretty correct, I think. What's wrong with it? I can make it end a little earlier. That helps. It looks like the tail is on his back. I don't know what you're saying. It looks like it connects to the tail. I mean, I can make it, I can give a little bit of a gap there, if that helps. I feel Vesa Y is a disproportionate, often used sentence. Possibly. There is a possibility of that. Isn't the scar kind of going to the backside of the leg? I mean, that's what I thought. I don't really know what they're seeing. The scar makes it look like the tail continues? What if it's like a lighter color? No, it's okay, it's supposed to be more horizontal. I don't really see it. I don't really see what you guys are seeing. I mean, if I make it lighter, does it change anything? Because it's going to be lighter. I don't really see what you guys are seeing. Is it supposed to be golden in the end? It doesn't have to be, no. It doesn't have to be golden. It's more so that, it's more so to explain what a scar is for a Stargazer. It doesn't have to be golden. You fixed that earlier? Is it, okay, is it just because the tail is lower now because I'm showing the weight? It doesn't connect now? I don't know what you guys are saying anymore. We're just gonna move forward with it. Unless Siamzero has anything to say with it, we're just gonna move forward with it. Alright, that's not quite right. Let me try to make a little bit more of an angle there. Either or, doesn't really bother you? I mean, honestly, this is like a barely visible difference. I don't really see what you guys are saying about the tail connection, to be honest. Maybe it's just because the stripes weren't painted in, and it was giving you a different impression? That's the only thing I can think of, is that maybe it gave you a different impression, perhaps. Before the colors were added. I'm gonna move this up a little. When the scar was all the way to the tail, it looked like it was part of the tail, at least to me in THLPH, but if Siamzero doesn't have an issue, neither do I. Maybe the line drew a direction for the sight before the coloring? That's the only thing I can really think of. Can the scar be amethyst colored? Absolutely. Amethyst, okay. I'm trying to think of which level of amethyst we'd get here. Let me add that on top. Oh. Eh? Strange skip. Don't know why. Let me look up amethyst again, actually. Because I forget which direction amethyst is. It's on the darker side, right? Okay. Let me grab this, and let me grab this one. There's so many variations of amethyst, I know, right? I'll probably make it go a little bit bluer, just so it can stand out a little more. Let's see here. And maybe make it a little bit lighter. Alternate color fixes it for me? I think what I was seeing was the scar kind of felt like a line defining the top of the leg. Oh, I can see that. Alright, have a good rest of your night, Lillian and Daho. I appreciate you both. Do you want it just amethyst colored or like actually jewel? Because either way works. Do Stargazer gems have to be an actual specifically named material? They do not, no. It's just that a lot of people find that works because gemstones have a lot of different associations. I wanna make sure I don't miss the feet here. Maybe make that a little bit rougher as well. So they feel more pattern-like, fur-like, pattern-like. Not gonna say no to crystalline effects. It can kind of be like either like crystalline or cosmos-like or sparkling. It can sort of be expressed any of those ways. It's mainly just to say that like stargazers would not bleed in the traditional sense. That is essentially the reason that it is shown like this. Any color's fine, if I recall, except prismatic, yeah. Well, even prism I don't think would have a prismatic scar. this a little bit higher so that it shows depth. Not be a little bit subtle. There we go. Can the gem be onyx or obsidian or only color of the rainbow? No, it can be. It can be onyx or obsidian. We have one Stargazer whose gem is like a black pearl. And that one would be void. It's actually it's a really good design. It's a black pearl, and then his he has a stripe. He has like a diamond stripe going through it. He has like a diamond stripe going through the pearl shape, and it looks like a third eye. So yeah, there's a lot you can do. If you think about if you think a little bit outside the box, there is a lot you can do. I'm gonna add the band here as well with the aquamarine. And I think that's a good point too. If you have like a scar or something, it doesn't have to match the color of your gemstone, right? So like the aquamarine and the amethyst, that can be two separate things. You could have scars that are more amethyst color and a gemstone that's more aquamarine, and there could be lots of different reasons for that. There could be lots of different spiritual or conceptual or deeper ideas behind that. Make sure we get the same effect that we had before. I don't know what a decoder is, Raoul, but I'm sorry that you have to spend a lot. Yes, it's purely spiritual, not because I wanted to have something referring to the purple lightning. Definitely not. I mean, honestly, that works extremely well. A nod to the purple lightning with the scar being... No, that works, like, phenomenally. If that's the case, then I am more than happy with that idea. That is actually really, really clever. If you want, I can even make it, like, you know, more jagged, shaped. Completely up to you, but... No, that works really well, actually. I really like that concept. Maybe make this a little bit larger like we did on the previous version. It'd be a bit too on the nose. Fair. Fair. But no, the subtle scar idea, I think that is really nice, honestly. I like that a lot. I think this, I'm really happy that this has, like, there's a lot of thought put into this design, and I really appreciate that. It's a computer for the train, makes it have a unique ID and controls functions like light and sound. Oh, okay. Trains can either run on analog or digital. Decoders allow the train to run in digital. Okay, gotcha. I don't entirely understand, but I believe you. I'm gonna make this all the same color, and we're gonna fade this out a little. I think I want to try to make it a little bit painterly on this side. In other words, like not a full perfect gradient. Well, maybe it's a little too messy. What if we did something like that? Yeah. Alright, it's a gradient with a little bit of texture. We'll go with that. And then we'll make sure to grab this part here. Ah! This part here. And then, let's make sure we have the netski. And we're probably going to have to do it mainly forward-facing. So let's see here. Why don't we grab a little bit of the color here? The other thing is that if I was doing a full reference sheet, and I actually might do that here too, I would do what are called callouts. So for the netski, I'll probably draw it larger separately so that people could actually see what this visual is instead of sort of trying to guess at it. Especially if it's a really important charm, really important idea. Then I'll probably make a, we make like a little close-up to show what it is. And then I would probably refine that a little bit more. And then if it's tied, it's probably going to be tied like about right next to it. Kind of shows you a little bit of what you're looking at. Makes it easier to understand, makes it easier for someone else to draw again. That'll be a bit much to get all the detail in the complete one. Yeah, so it always helps to make a side image. And I'll probably make something a little bit cleaner like that, because I think that's something very important that we would call out. So then here, you just get sort of the rough idea of what it is. And I'm not sure if it's going to be able to show much detail here, but... Even if I just make it like a little bit close up so that there's something here, right? And I can clean that up later too. But just to show something, and then probably use like a little bit of a lighter color, and then highlight the edges of where this is to give it more like a stone effect. A little bit easier to make out that way. And it looks like an elephant in a box. Well, it is sort of like box shaped, right? Make it a little bit less box-like. But that is kind of the thing that Netsugis have in common, right? Because they're carved from a stone. So they're going to have a little bit of a box shape to them, if I understand correctly. I'll blend this a little bit nicer. And we'll make a little bit of a highlight here. I don't want to make the highlights super intense because I don't want this to look like a, you don't want to make highlights super intense if you're working with cloth. You want the cloth to be a little bit more matte or more textured. You don't want it to look like, depending on the material you're going for, right? And I think it needs to be more like a cotton or a satin than like a gloss or a plastic. So you use that texture to sort of deliver that feeling. You basically make it, what's the word? There's a word for, specular? Is it specular? You reduce the specularity of the object so that it feels like there can be a little bit of highlight, but it's not a shiny material, right? I also meant the elephant is looking like it's peeking out of a box. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to... Well, I'm first gonna make sure that the nose has a little bit of color. I'm going to add a little bit of extra with the eyes. Add a little bit of highlight on the eyes. And this is, again, just sort of delivering that idea. There we go. We're basically... I'm just trying to get, like, a cleaner version from this rough. Whereas you can see the proportions are a little bit off compared to this, where the proportions are a bit nicer. And then, I'm gonna go over the whole thing and add, like, a little bit of shading around everything. Make sure this is on the highest layer. Even if it's not super accurate. I just want a little bit of extra shading here. It's not going to show too much on those ears, but that's okay. Is also what we did for THLPHs, is just sort of adding some quick shadow, just so the piece feels a bit more finished. Especially on the tail. If we can add it on the tail will feel a lot more alive, especially on like a ringed tail. Reduce the opacity there a little bit. There we go. and clean it up slightly, so doesn't look as awkward on the face, doesn't look as awkward on the fur here. Make the shape sort of stand out a bit nicer. I need to go back, I can. My pre-release versus released version looks so different compared to this. What do you mean? You mean your own design with a pumpkin head? Add a little bit of shadow here, just to show a little bit of a bend. By the way, THLPH, you can make the reference sheet at any point too. The initial design versus the final design. I think that was probably because yours we did a lot of variation of, if I remember correctly. I think we were trying out a lot of different things. And Siamzero had, like, a pretty solid idea of what he wanted, and I just had to sort of clarify a few things. And that's not to say one is, like, better than the other or more helpful. It's just that there was sort of, like, a really clear direction, and I was sort of just following along with it. Also, we did spend some time trying to figure out how to make the pumpkin work. That you then proceeded to eat. We spent all that time working on the pumpkin, and then you just ate it. What am I supposed to feel about that? I'm joking. But, yeah. That might be one reason. Alright, we'll do a lighter color here. It is a little bit more neon for my taste, but I'm just gonna try it. I'm just gonna see how it turns out. And if I need to adjust it, then I will, but at least this gives me my base color to work with. I'm definitely gonna have to adjust it. It's emergency food! There was no emergency, though. You have a whole cafe. There was no emergency. You just got rid of it, and you didn't even have to. Alright, let's change this color. Force of habit? The cafe was closed? It shouldn't be, considering you guys basically run it. Alright. And then I feel like I want to make sure the eyes look a little bit nicer. Maybe if I add like a little bit of color here. Oh, like, yeah, right there. Just a little bit of extra color on the shadow. There we go. All right, that works well. I like that. We got a little bit of extra highlights there. And then let's take this whole layer here and let's color it properly. Make the blue with blue lines. Make the red with red lines. The whole thing will feel a little bit softer that way. Actually, wait. Easier if I just do it this way. And make sure we don't get rid of these lines here, where it's a lot darker, harder to see. Trying to make it not pure red or black, but just enough so we can see what we're doing. Save that. Newbie ate the doorknob? I'm gonna have to talk to Newbie later about that. When the world thought it was a good idea to make the windows out of bulletproof glass. Alright, let's use this color one more time here as we do a little bit of extra shading, shadow work. Make it not super... There we go. Showing the form of the design. And we're just gonna do a little bit of paint over just to make it a little bit cleaner. I'm not gonna go super crazy with the paint over, but I do want to add a little bit, and what I'll actually do is the same thing I did on the previous design, is we'll grab it. Okay, that's the old one. Alright, that is a sketch. Get rid of this one. Alright, is that... Yes, that's all one layer. We're gonna duplicate that just in case and merge it again. And I do remember that I did do this with THLPHs too, just in different areas. I very clearly remember doing a little bit of cleanup work here. I still need to figure out, like, how far I can push the crazy color versus how much I should just leave it standard, because it's basically being used for a reference sheet, right? Also, sorry I flip so much when it comes to doing the cleanup work. Try to make this a little bit nicer. And again, Siamzero, if there's any part that looks a little bit off, that is like drawn a little bit off, anything that you want to adjust, feel free to let me know. As I'm sort of working on cleaning up the face and anything, if anything just starts feeling like a little bit out of place. You're a-okay to change whatever we might need to. Make sure that the integrity stays as it should. Are you asking for forgiveness for flipping? Honest question, confused, because some people say it messes, like, they don't, that it's hard to follow and they don't visually like it. Definitely in a speed paint, it's really egregious. It's not so bad when you're watching a live stream, thankfully. But some people really don't like it. Especially if you do it really often. To be honest, don't know what to add. Looks great. I now know what THLPH felt when he had nothing to add. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I want to make sure that this is, like, to your base vision, right? The ideal concept is there, and that everything feels as it should. It's totally fine if you don't have anything to add, it's just more a matter of, like, I want to give you the floor if you need it. There's a lot of people who will do, like, those Skeb-style commissions, where they don't do it on stream, and it really is, like, you know, you don't get to make tweaks or decisions after. And I don't necessarily always like the feeling of those, so at least on stream, I really try to open the floor to allow people to make input if they want to. Of course, you get people who will make comments who are not the commissioner either, and that's okay too. And sometimes it also helps us see things that we couldn't. But in terms of, like, design, what's the word? Design preference, then that is fully up to the commissioner. That's what made me so scared about doing the mascots I showed you guys earlier. Those were both Skebs. Those were both Skebs of, like, wow, I really hope you like this concept. Because I won't be able to change this. I like the feeling doing the drawings on stream, that way you can get live feedback. Yeah, absolutely. Because otherwise, if it was like, if I was doing this fully Skeb style, and like, I think I was asking Siamzero about, like, the tail gradient. Wouldn't be able to do that, would just have to make a decision, hope it worked. So I do like doing the live feedback on stream in a lot of cases. I think that the benefit to Skeb for me personally is that it's done in one session. And other people like it because they don't have to communicate. I like the done in one session aspect of it. Because the work that I do that is not Skeb, I will spend many hours on a piece. Vessa can definitely attest to that one. So with Skeb, it also sort of shows, like, how nicely I can get an idea realized. in a timely manner. Which is a good skill to have. Never forget Moth Vesta. Alright, we're cleaning up a little bit here. And there's probably a lot of other cleanup areas that I can't really see with this background. Before I submit it, I'll probably have to go through and just double check that I didn't accidentally paint over anything. Or leave any colored gaps, which happen a lot too. I'm trying to make this a little bit less line arty. Hmm? Just saw Cranky join the Discord? Is that a name that I'm not recognizing immediately? I'm losing my brain. I've not been thinking well earlier. Oh, Jack Craig. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. No, you're like here right now. I'm really not doing well today. No, I know Dak Cranky. I read Cranky and my brain didn't make the connection as the same person. I'm sorry, Dak Cranky. I apologize. I know your full name. I couldn't recognize your... I didn't recognize from the half of the name. I'm sorry. Also, yes, I've literally been short-circuiting a lot today. I even, like, told Vesa earlier. There was something else where I messed up. And I'm like, I'm just not handling confusion well today. It's a lurker effect, no worries. No, I know I recognize your name. I just didn't recognize a half of your name. Akari moment. See, that's what it would- okay. If someone had said, like, oh, you know, Akari joined something, I'd be like, who? Like, myself, I would be confused. When do you ever handle confusion well? I mean, when does what kind of question is that? When does anyone handle confusion well? You're extra dumb today. Baki Bakitsune. Doesn't even make sense. Yeah, this guy DKMG just joined the Discord. See, that would probably have thrown me off too. If ugh. I know Dat Cranky. I just don't know using half of someone's name. Okay, if someone had been like, oh, Zero just joined, I'd be like, what? Like, I'm used to hearing people's full names. So no, it's not the lurker effect. I know Dat Cranky, I just don't know. I just don't know shortened names. But I appreciate you joining the Discord, so thank you for that. Would I be? Ugh. Oh hey, Sako just joined. That would also make me short circuit. Like, I would not put 2 and 2 together. I really wouldn't. And it's nothing like a personal, like, slight against anyone. I just wouldn't be able to, like, pick that apart, you know? Yeah, I would have no idea who Sako is. You'd be stuck. So you guys get it. You guys get it. I care about you a lot. I just don't know when you only use half a name. You don't know Sako, but would you know who you is? A streamer, right? If I understand correctly. Only full name stars the angry mob hallucinari. I mean, a full first name? A full first name at the very least. Don't you think that's fair? A full first name? People refer to me by like 3 different shorter names, so I have to be flexible. I mean, I've called you Catch before. Not angry, just disappointed. I've called you Catch before, but I wouldn't, like, I don't know. I don't know. What? Didn't even get the joke? She still has 5 turns of confusion left. Were you not referring to you official or something? I thought that's what the... What? Couchwork, but some say claws, some have hit me with CTC, and some remember my actual name. I can say your full name, if you prefer. I'm confused. What am I doing wrong? What was I trying to do with this? I was trying to fix something here, and now I don't even know what it was. Oh, I'm painting with gray background color, aren't I? Oh dear. See, this is what I knew I'd be doing something stupid like that. Alright, see if we can fix this up a little. Is the gray background color is a problem? Why not change it? It doesn't matter. It's just that I was, it doesn't matter what the color is. It's just that I was using a pen instead of an eraser. I've been a little distracted, yeah. It's okay. I'll clean it up after. I'll clean it up after. Yes, I've been a tad distracted. Are we near the end? About there. And then I think, I'll, probably off-stream, but finished it. How? How'd I end up working on this layer? What? What was I saying? I think off-stream I will finish this call-out and, like, the other two sketches uncolored. You think you can say for the rest of the lab but never say never? It's okay if you have to step out, it's alright. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna clean this up a little. It is up to you. And then off-stream, I think I'll do, these little roughs that I did, I'll probably just make those into something, a little less 5-second sketched. And then you'll be able to add them to the reference sheet if you want. I definitely recommend adding this piece to the reference sheet. I'll send them all as separate PNGs so that you can sort of arrange them how you'd like to. Pull the layer star. Run layer. Aww. I think I've actually seen people make jokes about that before. Just art problems, just art things. The irony is I actually usually work with like one layer. This is all one layer. When I get it right, anyway. It's just hard to swap as fast as I'm trying to. Hydration check? Thank you, MG. I appreciate it. I'm gonna make this nose a little bit smaller, just so it doesn't feel so much like a cat nose. It's getting a little cat nose like, oh, okay, there we go. That makes a huge difference. It was looking a little bit feline. Which I guess does make sense for the eyes, but I don't want it to be so feline that it feels like the wrong species. So, I'm curious, is there anything... Once, like, as we have more Stargazers added to the compendium, right? Is there anything that you guys in particular would like to be able to see or do with all of these resources and information? Like, is there anything that you have in your mind that you're hoping to either see expanded on or explained or anything like that? Or anything you want to participate in? I'm just curious if you guys have had any thoughts about it, or not. And if you haven't, that is totally a-okay. More so just curious than anything. I guess a better question would be, what do you think I need to focus on for better understanding for things for you guys? Commission a giant crossover piece with all the Stargazers if you don't mind, once all are assembled. Well, like, similar to, like, the explosion piece? Bigger? Bigger than the explosion piece? Goodness. Want to work on Aroma Gazer, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm very lazy. No, you can do it. You can do it. You don't have to be lazy. You were able to do the other aroma drawings. Just consider it part of that. Or just like, I don't know, tell me if you want me to change the existing doodle I did. If, I don't, it's up to you. At this point though, Usaku does have you beat, time-wise. There's no rush for any of this, there's no deadlines, I'm just teasing. The only deadline is, like, if there is something like that. You know, if somebody does want to make, like, a group thing, then there is technically a deadline in that sense. Hello, hello, Redford. I like the current doodle. Usako's just go to being painfully determined on some stuff while I'm like, eepy. Okay, then take nap, be less eepy. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'd love for you to submit something, but I'm also not gonna force anybody. I just think it's nice to be able to, like, have a way of self-representation for community stuff, right? Or you can do it Doki Bird style and everyone gets to be a yellow duck, yellow chicken. I think I just need lore approved? Okay. I use these streams as an excuse to draw on you. I don't know, that helps me. I'm glad. I'm glad if we can do, like, sort of, mutual hangout drawing session. That's cool. The biggest issue is I can't really find the right time to do it. There's so many things I want to do at the same time and I end up doing nothing. No. I mean, I can somewhat understand that. I can understand, like, being tired and not, like, having the energy to do the things you need to get done. Alright. What about this? I normally do not want to give permission for this in most cases, but if this would help you, would you want to just paint over the thing that I did and just make the changes that you think need to be made? So then you don't have to draw it from scratch, you can literally just, like, add on or take away stuff. I normally would not allow anyone to do that, but if it makes things easier and less stressful, less overwhelming, then I could do something like that. Would that help? No, I'd rather make it myself while heavily referencing the design you made. Just a matter of getting myself in the right mood. Okay. Fair enough. Okie dokie. It's cool, my Stargazer represents me, but I don't think my boy will get on the official list. Wait, the triangle? No, that was THLPH. Why would it not be on the official list? No, wait, the one you made. No, the yellow one you made? That one's fine. Why wouldn't that be official? The yellow one? That one's, like, good to go. I was just waiting on a reference sheet for that. You're pretty much good to go on that. Yeah, the yellow one with the helmet, right? That design is, like, pretty much all finished, isn't it? Why was the triangle your first thought star? Is it always on your mind? The Triangazer. Well, it's because you said, oh, it wouldn't be approved, so I was thinking about something that wouldn't be approved. And the triangle was the first thing that came to my mind because I originally said it as a joke. But no, the yellow one with the helmet, I thought we'd basically approved that one, no? It just needs a reference sheet. And even if you don't want to do a reference sheet, if you just want to take the image you have and throw it up and write some quick lore to add, like, you're pretty much good to go. You're pretty much good to go there. Are you thinking of it in terms of, like, material? Like, the modern, form of the helmet? I mean, you can always think of it in different material. That's pretty much what Usako's is that, it's more of like an armor material than like a modern plating, right? To keep flipping back and forth as I'm trying to get the last details here. Probably would get stuck on the lore bit. The only things I know my Stargazer are would be Minister of Railways of Roma Arknights. I mean, you can go deeper than that. I mean, honestly, that alone probably... You can probably expound upon that pretty easily. Best lore is always meant to be 90% headcanon. There you go. Alright. Just got a few more spikes here. Is this wild enough for the tail, or do you need it to be wilder? That it's kind of going in like a few different directions, but not super crazy. And something you can add, a collector, an assembler of miniatures. Could be an engineer. Tries to keep the burrows together, especially with chaotic stargazers abound. Very true. Lore doesn't have to be complicated. Isn't whelps like fluffy EP stargazer, lives deep in burrows? Yeah, pretty much. Like, it does not need to be complex. It does not need to be, like, groundbreaking. It does not need to be earth-shattering. It can just be, like, you know, hangs around the bakery a lot. Tries to eat cash register. No, newbies is more in-depth than that. I'm just making a joke. It's fluffy and ragged. I love it. Awesome. Alright. Just try to add like a little bit nicer shapes here. The forbidden money sandwich. There you are. Hello again. Let's see. Hi, did you need me? Sorry, I had to dinner. No, you're good. I was explaining that, when I don't do Bakadoodle type work, I spend many, many hours, on, like, the regular commission stuff, and I said, oh yeah, you could ask Vesa, and he would, tell you that, he would basically confirm that. And that's all. That is it. I hope you had good dinners. Yeah, we'll keep that. False, she spends all her non-stream time gambling CSGO skins? What? What even makes you come up with this stuff? Is that a thing that you gamble on? What? Make this a little bit darker so it doesn't just look out of place. Look at her pretending to not know. You picked something I know literally nothing about. You didn't even pick anything that I could realistically, like, understand. A CSGO skin can go up to 2 million? Why? More turns of confusion now. Do I just have, like, the worst Pokemon luck here? Absolutely broken. I'm not trying to make this into blush, I'm trying to make it like a more intense highlight. There we go. So you can see it a little bit better. Hmm? The CSGO skin gambling scene is extremely notorious. The heck? CSGO has weapon skins you can buy from chests. There's a huge amount of gambling and trading with them. Think current Pokemon card market, but literally worse. How is it worse than the current Pokemon card market? There's some with different patterns. Hitting a specific part of the pattern can make it worth a lot. Oh, is it like a Spinda? Where there's like literally millions of different variants of it? Rarity and damage are all factors of price, along with what weapon the skins are for. That is insane. Remember there was a super ugly rusted skin? It had some blue parts to it, and you had an extremely small chance of hitting basically only the blue part. That made its value go from cents to thousands. The heck? Okay then, that is intense. I will never understand. It's sad what the Pokemon card market's become too. I can't imagine something being worse than that. So I think Vesa just picked the thing that he knew I knew nothing about. Because that is insane. That is very insane. Now you learned? Then it's smart to keep away at least. Yeah, seems like it. Jeez. Surprised someone hasn't, like, somehow broken the coding for that with numbers that high. I don't think I ever have a need to step into the world of CSGO anytime soon. Pokemon is at least a hobby? CS skins are pure gambling? Well, Pokemon used to be a hobby, that's the issue. Pokemon used to be a hobby, now it's used for getting down payments on your house. Pokemon used to be a hobby. It's not a hobby anymore. The hobbyists have been driven out. Like, literally. There's so many people genuinely using it as, insurance. The thing is, I used to think that my own collection was worth a lot, but with the way that people evaluate the cards nowadays, I don't think it would be worth as much as I used to think it was. I try not to think about that too much. With Star Streamer luck, she'd hit something worth 100k easy. No? You guys seem to think I have godlike streamer luck, and I think we're, like, either, at this point, average or, like, decent. I don't think I have godlike streamer luck. I think that the U banner really messed up your perception of things. Don't even try to hide it. You do? I don't, though. You still haven't learned the lesson from the blue potion of knowledge. You have to just believe that it'll appear, right? Funny bonk emote 10 times. Might not be godlike, but it's definitely above decent considering you got both banners 6 stars in less than 100 rolls. Okay, I can accept that, but I can't, yeah, I would not say godlike. I would definitely not say godlike. I would say I've been grateful with the recent banners, but yeah, not godlike for sure. You did get both Angel Sisters on stream with a fair amount of pulls, though. I think that there were people that said that they were able to get both in their 10 pull as well, which was similar to what I did in the U banner. Because when I made the when I made that illustration that said, good luck to everybody, there were people writing in the comments, like, how well they did. And some people did extremely well. I don't know, maybe that makes it hard to judge too, when you've got other people sort of telling you, where they were at. I don't know. All I can say is that I'm grateful and I don't go in, like, spiritually demanding it, I suppose. I don't know how else to word that. But hopefully that kind of makes sense-ish, in a way. And stream will go down as a legendary stream. I feel bad for those that missed it. I've had people say that I should make evergreen content of pulls, and I'm like, I don't understand that. Wait, why does this have 2 lines? Oh, okay, it's just the added line here. Gacha players want to see pulls. It's that simple. But if you already know the results, right? Having decent luck, pulled 4 XUs, 2 lemons, Gnosis, and Swire all in 280. Not super crazy luck, but can't complain. That still seems pretty dang good, right? I mean, four XUs, I think that's pretty good. 4 in 280, I would say that's pretty dang good. I don't know. I can't even judge what's normal anymore. Gamba's addictive. You would be feeding us essentially. Oh my god. Stream is definitely great. I may actually upload my Stargazer eventually. Yeah, do it. Just throw it in a reference sheet. You're, like, pretty much there. Just made a YouTube. Made, and I do not know W. What? Like, you didn't pull? You didn't spark? You didn't pull? I'm a little confused. Alright. Oh, this felt a lot easier to see earlier. How'd it get so... Alright, let's try this. I feel like the highlights were easier to see previously. What happened? Alright, we'll do something like this. Trying to get the Netsky look here. And then let's get a much lighter color. Then we might be able to see it a little bit easier. Did it get accidentally crunched? I don't think so. I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe because I changed the line art color. That could have been it. I'm trying to think of how it would be... how you would have a hole through it. Probably be at the top? Maybe like this? It wasn't the problem for me, rather the fact that Other took the subject seriously like horror. Here's my goofball who was originally a doodle, made into a Stargazer, because I felt unwell leaving him. No, I mean, you can always... Okay, here's the other thing, guys. Your design that you submit does not have to be, like, the be-all, end-all, right? Like, we can keep making variations and iterations on the submission if necessary. I mean, try not to go crazy with it. But if there's, like, changes you want to make down the road, like, we can accommodate that, too. Alright. Let's try to do a little bit of an overlay. See if I can make the color even easier to see from that. make it super intense, but like just enough so it's easier to see from a distance. It is a little crunchy at this resolution, but I think if people can tell what it is, then we're in a good place. I'll make this all one color just so it's easier to make out that it's a trunks. That's tusks. Sorry, not trunk. Don't want to make the feet look too small. But just like... Yeah, I mean, I can see the pixels. I can see the pixels, too. Something like that. And let me fade this a little bit more. Or sharpen it, I guess I should say. Alright. How does that look? In comparison to our... It didn't look that different before, but look at it in comparison to the rough version now. Make sure that I don't paint on the wrong layer here. No longer is the elephant confined in the cereal box. Now you can actually sort of make out what it is, right? Even from here I can kind of tell. Even from here I can kind of tell. Looks absolutely stunning. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. Tail looks much fluffier. Get it, Pat. I'm glad we could make it fluffier. Let me see here. What is it, JK? Very good design. You and Siamzero worked great together. I really like this concept. I genuinely like this concept. I think it's really fun. It's really innovative. I love the variants that we have for the tassels. I think this headband is really, or armband is really fun. I like that it's a lot. I like that it is longer and wispier. I think it adds a lot. Barely did anything? No, you didn't. No, you did not do anything. You know what I mean? Yes, you helped a lot. Your mood board and explanation was very, very thorough, which helped a ton, genuinely. And I do want to also make like a little bit of, I do want to make a little bit of cleanup on these, just as a nice little extra of sketches, and I'll make this later as well. I'll do those off stream, because it is definitely on the later side. So I'll probably be submitting this tomorrow-ish, and I'll give you everything as individual PNGs, so then you can lay it out on the sheet as you'd like, and you basically already have your lore, so you can just take that text and throw it on the sheet if you'd like. I really like your lore, but it's not for me to be open about, so whatever you want to put on the sheet, I am looking forward to. Simple but complete. Yeah, it's a solid idea. I like it a lot. And put that tail around my neck as a scarf. It does look like a really fluffy tail. But anyway, with that being said, I think we will call it there. I genuinely enjoy this design. I think it's very nice. Tuesday, or tomorrow, I guess, we are going to be diving into operator records. I was able to get the trust for 12F, so we'll be diving into his record. Probably, maybe one other, and then we will also be doing more fashion skin reviews. We're gonna have to try to do what we can to get through as many of these fashion pieces as possible. But with that being said, thank you very much, Stargazers. I'm glad we finally got the alerts working. I will see you in the Discord. Thank you so much for everything. Definitely consider subscribing here if you haven't yet. I'd say follow on Twitch. We're not on Twitch right now. Definitely consider joining the Discord. Thank you for shouting out the Discord. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world or the worlds beyond. And well, all the best, Stargazers, and thank you so much.